Alright, I think we're all set. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, and we're live. Alright, welcome back, welcome back. We are playing some more Legacy of Kain Defiance. Alright. Okay, just making sure I kind of had the... remember the feng shui of the whole game. Alright, where did we leave off? We are trying to get to the pillars. Hopefully that we can get to Ariel and that she can explain some stuff to us. So, Raziel has to be... He's way in the future, last time we checked. He's like 400 or 500 years ahead of where Kain's at, which is like right after 2. From what I'm gathering. I could be totally wrong about that. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Yeah, what's up?
Die, foul beast!
Alright, I need to back up. Let him get to me a little bit.
Crush him! For all those you have killed, die now! For all those you have killed, die now!
Okay, what are we doing here?
For all those you have killed, die now!
Yeah, take that. It's just amazing how great this game feels. Okay. Okay, we might have to, like, go around a little bit. So that's telling me up there.
Destroy him!
These smoldering sconces seemed as though they would ignite. If only I had a fire source.
So we can't be too far from Kain. Well, I guess he's like way to the west or whatever, right? To the north, one of the two. That and we're in different times, so I don't think there's going to be too much overlapping right now. Okay, okay, okay. All right, now okay, now we're at the Fire Forge. Very interesting considering just the forges we were at before just before this game. Cuz in 2 there were like huge elaborate forges. So it's pretty crazy to see the Reaver lose like its potency, you know what I mean? And then have to like retake it. All right, there's got to be more to the puzzle here. There we go. Actually, I wonder, does this still work? It does not. Interesting. Hey, welcome in, everybody. Oh, wait a minute. Alright, I don't think so, but I'm just gonna prepare for it. So I would imagine you need to get the... yeah, that one open, light it, and then bring it back.
I sought to unravel the mystery of my fate, and in this image lay my first clue. For this scene depicted the forging of the Reaver, the weapon destined to become my prison, and I recognized its maker. The years had changed him, but this was unmistakably the vampire Vorador, and in this era, he still lived. If I could reach him before Mobius's mob hunted him down, he would provide the answers I sought. These images chronicled Vorador's creation. As I already knew, he had not been born a vampire, but had been turned by the infamous Janos Audron. But this mural suggested that Vorador's origins were even more significant. Apparently, he was the first human to whom the dark gift had been passed. This was the vampires' desperate bid to preserve their bloodline, for their enemies had cursed them not only with bloodthirst, but with sterility as well.
Right, because we found out that vampires are no longer born, so they had to bestow upon it. Okay, so Vorador was essentially the first human turned, which is very interesting. My eyes instantly went to this guy. Is this Raziel? From like a different era. Which may or may not be. It might just be like, oh, this is a haircut. Let's see here. Very unclear in the original. I mean, God, they made Janos Audron look great. Vorador, pretty much the same. But yeah, they made sure you could pull out the detail on that particular character, which looks a lot like the vampire version of Raziel. What else is in here? So he became a vampire and then forged the Soul Reaver. So he was around long enough to see the downfall of Yenosoldrin, and the Reaver gets stole and everything else. Which does make sense why he was so brutal with the circle. Okay, what are we really doing here?
This spirit vessel was not yet activated. Perhaps there was some means for me to awaken it.
Okay, we remember these things. Those were the things that used to help you. I don't even know the correct words. Those are what you use when you were changing your element. Alright, I might have to go in the Shadow Realm. That looks pretty interesting. Alright, yeah, let's go Ghost. Oh gosh. It's crazy that they changed the buttons, but when you play this game, oh, it feels so great.
I was met by the specter of the Nature Guardian, monstrously deformed since its death centuries ago.
Rejoice, creature, for today your spirit will return to the One.
Spirit. I'm trying to remember who was Spirit. So we remember that Ariel was balance. Gosh, I can't even remember right now. All right, enough of this. Is that the only one to go through? I wanted to say yeah, okay.
Approaching the tomb, I was met by the specter of the Guardian himself.
Eternity weighs heavily.
I have a solution.
I bear it in a tomb. But your moment to existence has passed. Come and be released.
I knew it was coming too. Okay, okay. After we defeat the goons, he's gonna do some crazy power. Oh my gosh, am I gonna die here? It didn't even tell me which guardian this was. Yeah, we will have to look at the footage of Blood Omen to remember which ones were which.
The spirit vessel would not respond in the spectral realm. I had to return to the physical world to use it. As the Reaver absorbed the souls of the Nature and Conflict Guardians, it was imbued with the elemental power of fire with which their principles were aligned. I was now equipped to reach the pillars.
Oh man, there's 4 in this one. Okay, there's a jump way over. That one's locked, that one's locked, that one was blocked. Wild. Oh, it's like a hole. Hey, that's what I'm looking for. I wonder what that is then. Okay, so we're clearly missing 2 here. we got the two in here. This I didn't notice any in. Yeah, this takes us to the extra floor up here. And this loops us back to the forge. And I didn't notice any of those in there. All right, whatever it is probably has something to do with the room I'm not understanding. Yeah, because there's that one and there's this one. Oh my gosh, okay, okay. I want to say... Yeah, here we go. Alright, we're catching on now. God dang it, we're catching on now. There we go. So it's interesting that Vordor, I mean, he is pretty special to the story and kind of always has been. But the fact that he's had his own Meryl inside the Fire Forge, which makes sense because he made the Soul Reaver, but it's also the tomb for two of the Guardians. Alright, some last minute looking around before we do anything. Alright, I think we got everything we came for. Okay, so by like some crazy coincidence, they got to be like in the same room, just years apart from each other, right? Oh my gosh, yeah, look at that flatness. Oh, was it? Oh my gosh. Wasn't any better back in the day. Oh my gosh. I'm a little sad that they gave up on so many of the weapons. It was a lot of fun
Once again,
too.
I beheld the pillars of Nosgoth, crumbling in decay now, following the corruption of the Circle. Here I would find Ariel, the specter of the murdered Balance Guardian, and the last pure, undefiled member of the Guardian Circle. Bound here upon her death, she was doomed to haunt these pillars until her successor fulfilled his terrible duty, and balance was restored.
What manner of creature approaches?
I know you well, Ariel, though you do not yet know me.
I have no time for riddles, strange one.
All you have is time. I have come to seek your guidance.
I counsel only one man, and you are not he. But you will know him soon. The contagion of your kind is coming to an end.
My kind? What exactly do you think I am?
Your name shall remain unspoken, as decreed by our ancestors. You serve the one who so brutally took my life and set this tragedy in motion. But even now, hope is at work. Balance will be restored, and your kind will be expelled forever.
You have pinned your hopes on Kain. He will disappoint you.
What can you know of Kain?
More than you could ever fathom.
He will do what he must when the time comes.
By choosing his own death. A sacrifice for the world. You don't know Kain very well.
I know what he is called to do. My faith sustains me.
Is it faith or fear? You know that if Kain refuses the sacrifice, you will never leave here. And you begin to suspect.
I will not hear your poison, fiend.
Grant me the answers I require, and I will leave you to your pathetic illusions.
Ask then.
I seek the vampire Vorador.
To kill him, perhaps, or to join him in death. But for Kain, he is the last of his kind. Mobius's mob has done its work.
My reasons are my own.
His refuge lies in the heart of the Black Forest. And may you molder there together until the end comes.
Die.
What the hell's telling me to die? Oh, okay.
Damn. For all those you have killed, die now. For all those you have killed, die now. Die, foul beast. For all those you have killed, die now.
Shatter Spirit. Plan the proper leverage I'm able to execute a devilishly quick yet soul-shattering blow that leaves my target vulnerable to further assault. Alright, we're gonna have to test that.
Wretched vampire.
Oh gosh. Okay, yeah, I guess that was pretty good. Interesting. Oh gosh. Only wanted the secrets, boys. Only wanted the secrets. Hopefully there are some secrets around here. Oh, that has yet been destroyed, huh? Okay, maybe there are no secrets here. Either that or that has changed due to me being in this form. Oh, okay, there's of course one like right there. And right there, perfect. Interesting. So why are we seeking Vorador, though, is the question.
This seemed to be attuned to the elemental principle of air.
It's crazy how fast we need to get, like, Raziel just up to snuff.
Crush him!
Jesus.
Wretched vampire.
That guy's a brute.
Wretched vampire.
Alright, well, buy me some time at least. All right, now this. Okay, here we go. This seemingly insert disc of dark, tarnished bronze is marked lightly with the scroll of vampiric runes. Might it be a strange form of key for the ancient gate west of the pillars? It could be. I was just thinking the same thing, Raziel. Oh my gosh. Oh, how sneaky. Gosh.
Destroy him!
Nice. Nice. Not so nice.
Destroy him! Destroy him! Destroy him! Destroy him! Destroy him!
Didn't even get the chance. I was so good.
Destroy him!
Yeah, there's got to be like an alternative way, right? My question is this: if Kain broke this in the past, why is it so tough now? Alright, maybe we have to do that. It works. Oh, and I fell off. Oh! Just that good. Oh yeah, we got you. We got you. Oh, get away from me, ghosts. Alright. Doing just fine. My goodness, give me 1 second. Alright, we'll try that. I just don't want it to be too loud for you guys, so I tweaked it down a little. Interesting. Is this gonna hurt? This reminds me a lot of the puzzles from the first Soul Reaver. Okay. Need to let the pressure off. Drop field. Oh my gosh, I'm stuck. Okay. It's like a weird ocarina / pair of lungs. The Howling Heartstone. Perforated with many tiny holes, this corrugated surface of this strange clay vessel faintly resembles that of a 3-sectioned heart. As the passing breeze flows about the heart, it emits a faint musical howl filled with cascading disharmony. So I guess I wasn't far off. Okay, well now what? Do I just move this stuff back? Oh yeah, I got to. Okay. It's like a really cool, I don't know, you know those like death whistles that you hear about? That kind of
transported to yet another ancient vampire chamber. This one apparently aligned with the elemental power of air.
What's this?
These murals had suffered some damage. Once again, I recognized the vampire's hero. But this scene revealed something new. For here they had also depicted his destined adversary, now partially obscured, who seemed to bear a flaming sword.
So let's review this. There's not like a first-person view, is there? Yeah, nothing better in the original. So it's definitely like an ancient vampire race, right? Due to the one on the right. But the one on the left also looks vampire in nature due to the claws. Interesting, interesting. I'm not gonna say any theories just yet. I feel like there's gonna be like another mural somewhere. Nice. Okay, so we need to make the forge once again. I feel like this is where it came out of. Okay, yeah, it is. Light, dark. Okay. Well, I guess the only thing left is to go ghost.
All we lost. In winning what we thought mattered, we lost what truly mattered. But for you, there is a chance.
What chance is that?
The bliss of death. I offer it.
I do not accept.
Okay, what are we really doing here? Cheap shots? We're resorting to cheap stocks now. Okay. Hey, what's going on? They really are. I mean, it's really cool, like, from a lore perspective, that they're, like, the vampire guardians, but they are kind of shisty. Love this game anyway. Oh, yeah, and the remake feels so good. Like, I was going in there expecting, like, I don't know, a better Soul Reaver 2, but it is way better than I was expecting. And I definitely see people's complaints about the fixed camera angles and just kind of like the weird pulls. So the free camera is fantastic. All right. Have you played all of them? Okay, so what did that do for us? Oh yeah, you totally got me there, yes. You once owned all games. Yeah, I just got them all, and I'm having a fantastic time with them. Yeah, I'm going to be running through this, and then there's a little bit like released footage, I guess, of Dark Prophecy. And then I'm going to check out the bonus content, and then I'm really pumped for the new installment that's supposed to be coming in at the end of this month, I believe. The first two of the Legacy of Kain series is Blood Omen 2. Yeah, I guess if you're going timeline-wise, but if you're doing release, it's Blood Omen, Soul Reaver 1, 2, and then Omen 2.
You too share the curse. Submit and be released.
Never.
Okay, what are we really doing here? Oh, come on, what do you got? Oh, god dang it. Yeah, it was definitely either around the same time or right after Soul Reaver 2, because at the end of Soul Reaver 2 is when Kain gets all of his new memories. But I know Soul Reaver 1 was on like Dreamcast, PlayStation 1 and all that fun stuff. And then I think it was a really close like window because Blood Omen 2 has trailers for Soul Reaver 2. So it must have been like right at the same time. But I would have to look it up. But I'm pretty sure it was 2 and then Blood Omen 2. But they're both fantastic games. I was actually really surprised with how well like Blood Omen 2 was, just because it was a different team. It definitely plays a little different, but it's a pretty solid game. Blood Omen 2 is when he starts regaining his memories after his first defeat. I mean, I think I have to go back. I mean, kind of. So how do we even know? So yeah, he's regaining his memories because of losing. But yeah, I guess yeah. Because you don't want to spoil it. Well, I mean, I think I understand what you're trying to say as far as like his first Blood Omen 2 is younger Kain. Yes, it's post Blood Omen 1's decision, and it's like what 400 years after he made a choice.
As the Reaver absorbed the souls of the Mind and Dimension Guardians, it was imbued with the elemental power of air with which their principles were aligned.
Yeah, because I just played through them all. I'm now at yeah, it's like it wasn't a huge gap, but it was a big enough gap that things really happened. Yeah, because he loses to the Hilden, which was the leader of the new Seraphan and all of that fun jazz. Which my whole thing was like, what does this do for me? Because there was the rumor of, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with these. Of the two teams either having, okay, I see. Like little to no contact or like no contact at all. Like someone showed up, gave them files, and was like, here you go. Because the biggest like loopholes that I saw in there, or plot holes, was like, why is Janos Aldrin alive? And why is Vorador alive? And they pretty much summed it up as, well, Janos Aldrin didn't die necessarily. His heart was ripped out, but then he was abducted and used as a battery. So I can only assume that, like, the Hilden did something to him to bring him back. And then Vorador being alive, I'm like, you get 1,000, Hearts of Darkness and Blood Omen 1. They've kind of, I wouldn't say retconned it to say that there was only the one, but somehow Vorador is alive, and I think Kain had something to do with it, because pretty much the whole army that Kain uses, and I can only assume most of the other vampires, are because of Vorador. So it's like they didn't really go in to explain that and kept him alive. Yeah, I would assume like as Raziel left, they popped in and just snatched that body. And then they did something to keep him alive without the Heart of Darkness. He never did the work everyone else did. Right? It was just a weird thing, because if it's 200 years after the ending of Blood Omen 1, Vorador is technically dead at that time. So my only way to justify it was that the Kain in this timeline, because he's picking up right after the Seraphan die, Raziel goes in and smokes all of his like human self. Nope, not yet. And see, this is where the plot hole thing is. It's like, where did that happen? Because if it's after the pillar shattered, then Vorador should be dead at that point. Because when Kain comes back, Mobius is chopping his head off. Right. So that was my big thing when we were going through Soul Reaver 1, is that he must either stumbled upon the time chamber and just like read history, and that's what kind of got him to realize that a lot of it, because when Raziel's going through there, he sees all of the events basically of 1 and a lot of 2, that it's all just kind of like predetermined. But when does he find that? That was always the thing that got me. It's like, when does he find that? Because he's not necessarily... He's still building his empire in 2. He discovered a time chamber, because I want to say the big time chamber at the end of 1 is underneath the cave where he meets the Oracle, which is really just Mobius. So did he find that later on? I totally forgot where I was going. I've been so wrapped up in this conversation. It's so nice to have someone kind of like talk to about this stuff, because I've just been like picking my brain about everything. So we had the time streaming device, yes, to go and fight William the Just. And then he got a time streaming device after defeating William that brought him back to the future. And I guess technically that one never broke. So he could have went back and saved Vordor. Yeah, this series is so much fun. The only other thing that I could justify is that the Kain at the end of Soul Reaver 2, which is in the area before Vordor is dead, because it's right at the beginning, 30 years before Blood Omen 1 starts, and that he's basically taken out the remainder of the Seraphim now, stopping whatever purge is gonna happen. And see, I have yet to read it. I want to, because I guess the new game has a character from the comic, so I really need to brush up on it and figure it out. Oh my gosh. Oh, I knew it was gonna happen. Yeah, I was probably just going to like try to find it either online or just see if somebody has like something on YouTube that ran through it. I would love like a physical copy, or at least a downloadable copy of it, just for the collection. Because I was surprised I could only get Blood Omen. It might be somewhere else, but I could only get Blood Omen off of the PlayStation. I was surprised it wasn't on Steam. Interesting. Oh my gosh. heck happened to him? Ah, I think he fell in the water. Take place after Defiance. Alright, well, we'll just have to see how this game ends. And, because I know I'm going to have like a million questions by the time this game ends. Because it seems like these games are either really good at answering questions, or they're really good at just leaving you wanting more. Tweak this down a smidge.
For all those you have killed, die now.
Okay.
Die, foul beast.
Yeah, they're kind of trolls about everything. There we go. Oh, yeah. And it's really awesome that, you know, they stuck with them. Because I want to say it's like Mortanius ends up becoming the benefactor, and I don't know, there's a couple of actors who like shifted to another role, which was really nice. Either that or they got somebody that sounded pretty similar. Oh my gosh. Oh well. Oh my gosh, I'm stuck.
Die, foul beast.
There we go, come on. Finally, okay. Here we go.
With the Reaver endowed with the elemental power of air, the way to Borodor's refuge lay open at last. If the old vampire still lived, He alone could tell me how to escape the terrible destiny charted for me when the Reaver was forged. Borodor's refuge was hidden deep within the Black Forest. I hope to find him before Mobius's cutthroats did.
And so I arrived at the citadel of my vampire ancestors, long abandoned since their extinction eons ago. Perhaps it still held the wisdom of its creators. Here, Mobius said I would find proof that Raziel was not what I thought he was, or hoped he would be. But in sending me here, Mobius had done me an unexpected, or perhaps an unwitting, service. For it was my destiny, not Raziel's. My role as Scion of Balance, whose secrets I was here to discover.
Oh my gosh, these guys are everywhere. Did the remake because the voice actor Tony J and the basic actor of Janos deserves honor owning his roles in the series. May they rest in peace. Oh yeah. Right, because they tried to do, what was it, Red Sun or New Sun or whatever the heck it was, and everybody just blew up on him. But yes, R.I.P. definitely. He was truly a goat, and he had a voice like no other. I was kind of interested in was it the Nosgoth game that never happened? Because I thought it was supposed to be like in the war, like the War of the Clans, after Raziel got thrown away. We'll just ignore what just happened there. There's a, oh. While crossing swords midair, I'm able to throw my quarry into the ground far below and then recoil them within range of my continued assaults. Yes, I thought if they just tweaked the combat and, of course, graphics, Blood Omen 2 is a smash hit. Yeah, what's good, Isaiah? Good to see you. And then, yeah, the sequel to Defiance, I kind of just figured out because I'm running through the series, but it makes sense because it's an unfinished story, and I guess they had a good amount, but due to popularity or something, they just thought it just wasn't there. I don't know. And then, I really want to own it and play it again. Oh yeah, fantastic. Once again, if you have PlayStation, I don't know if it's on Steam. I know Blood Omen 1 isn't on Steam. I don't even know why it's just on PlayStation. It might also be on Xbox. Ooh, that's a good combo. Okay, that's how you want to play it? Maybe. I did think about it. If they did Blood Omen 1...
Here, no doubt, was the evidence Mobius wished me to have. For the vampires had prophesied not one, but two champions. One destined to be Nosgoth's redeemer, the other its destroyer. The vampire's hero wielded the Reaver, forged for this very purpose. His opponent was clearly the champion of their adversaries, the Hilden, and brandished a flaming sword. The foretold outcome was unambiguous. The vampire hero would fall.
Interesting. So the vampire hero wields the flaming sword and takes down... Okay, so this is the conclusion to the mural we just saw with them fighting, and now we see it a little bit better over here. So is that the Reaver with the flame element? Is that what they mean by the flame sword, or is that supposed to be something else? But I would like to see them do... It would be the only time a remake of Blood Omen 1, because they would really have to touch it up because it was made in the 90s. So I could see them doing like tweaking it so it was more like a Diablo kind of style, but still kind of keep that overview. I'd be fine with that. Fair enough. Yeah, because I think a lot of people were pretty surprised with just like how much love is still around for these games. And I could definitely see if they were testing the waters just to see if these games would have done well. Because I think the Soul Reaver games did good enough to get this remastered. And I know the problem of Blood Omen 1 is that it's the original creators, so it's definitely... It would definitely be a little tougher to redo for them. At least get the rights to remake it. But I would love to see Blood Omen 1 and 2 get a makeover as well. Just might as well. It'd feel a little weird not to have the first game come back too. And then hopefully, between this and the new game coming out, I wouldn't even care if it's kind of shoddy. I would just like a conclusion to this story. Just because I know it's not finished. Seemingly worshipped by the feral humans, this stone circle has been carved skillfully in the semblance of the Wheel of Fate. Far too detailed for such a primitive cult to create, this object must be a relic of the Citadel. Perhaps it can find its original resting place. So even they knew about the Wheel of Fate? Okay, what are we really doing here? Yeah, and they were pretty upset about it. It was kind of like the best thing that I can kind of point it to is like what was it, Obsidian and Bethesda.
Additional enhancement before this door could be opened.
Because what was it? I don't know if they had plans for a sequel or not, but the game Shifter was already kind of under development. And then they made them kind of take over the Legacy of Kain games, and they pretty much just went with their Shifter story, and that was Soul Reaver 1. And they just kind of eased it in so it made more sense. But it was basically their game Shifter that they already had most of everything down for. Yeah. Yeah, because they got the... It wasn't Obsidian then. It was under another name, but they became Obsidian when, after they sold the rights or whatever to Fallout. Oh, yeah, it would have been some third-person Morrowind kind of ripoff. I don't know if this world would work for something like that.
This door was clearly significant. The answers I sought surely lay within. But to unlock the chamber, the balance emblem had to be fully restored.
Okay.
Manteca Kiki.
Oh, I could probably just keep doing that, huh?
Ve Victus.
Perfect. There we go. I was like, we ran into like 3 different doors. There's got to be something for this. Yeah, they made 1 and 2, and then they also made New Vegas, which was their version of 3, but Bethesda didn't want to use it. But that was all, like, they made 1 and 2 before they were Obsidian, but it's like the same team just went and became Obsidian. I think we're good here, yeah. Did they come from there? They did, okay. Probably didn't need that, but we'll take it anyway. Interesting. Oh, he's going to a forge now, huh?
Quivambi, Montega Kiki. Montega Kiki.
Yeah, but it's still better, like, if you went to, like, what is it? I think... I don't know if I can do it right here, but... I don't think I can do it right here. Oh yeah, there we go. Classic angles. Yeah, I definitely like went through a couple of them in some spots, especially platforming areas, and I was like, I can see why this was a problem. I knew it was a trap. It is cool, though, that you can throw on original graphics with original angles for maximum nostalgia. Okay, that's how you want to play it? Uppercut is crazy. There we go. Like, they both just feel amazing to play. Oh yeah, back in PlayStation 2 days, busted out the old CD case and it was just full of awesome games. Earned Kain skin. Scourge of the Circle. Ah, this vestige of my misplaced childhood. Eternal damnation leaves plenty of time to plan one's revenge. I can almost taste it, as it was born from hellfire, forged by the necromancer's magic. My armor resists fire and provides me with strong defense. Is he talking about his regular armor from Blood Omen 1? Did I get Blood Omen 1 look now?
Balance, full convince.
Very Nobleman Scourge. We did. This is amazing. The fact that you can play alive Kain before he became a vampire and Blood Omen 1 look. Fantastic. The replayability of these games is just so cool, just because you could play them with those skins. 10 out of 10 for that alone. Hold on. I guess I didn't really like peek around here that much. Way came in. Thing. Okay. Yeah, like the Seraphan look is really cool, but that vampire look, just being able to use that finally is fantastic. Because it just being, you know, just locked into this cutscene, it's really cool to use. The only reason I know it's in this game is because, again, I saw someone unlock it. I'm part of a group on Facebook, and someone's like, it's in the game. Which, you know, I kind of spoiled me, but I was just so happy to see it, I didn't even care. Because I think I played... I even brought it up in my playthrough. The first time I played Soul Reaver 1, I don't even think I could read. And it was on like the Sega Dreamcast, and I just thought the graphics were the bee's knees for the time. And then me and my cousin, I don't know if we were playing like, it must have been like Twisted Metal Head On or something, but it had this game's trailer, and we were so fascinated but never played it. So just the fact that I get to all these years later play this game is just, it's perfect. Right. Kain truly has the best laugh.
They victus!
I was disappointed that wasn't in Blood Omen 2. Like, at least one time he never says Ve Victus. What is this? Oh, this is the Hilden cursing the shit out of fucking vampires. Am I missing something? It's goes to the Fire Forge.
These statues were singularly inanimate. I knew better than to assume they would always remain so.
In your opinion, what you understand is, why do you think Kain toss Raziel into the abyss? I know the real reason, though. Okay, so this is my thought on that whole situation, is that after a certain point in time of being Kain in, let's say, the original timeline, right? Kain stumbled upon the time streaming place, like the main one that you go underneath in Soul Reaver 1, and he noticed that all of the events throughout his life were kind of choreographed. So he went through different cycles and were attempting to find a better solution than what he was left with, which was either destroy the vampires and himself and basically save Nosgoth, or rule Nosgoth and basically destroy it in the way. He thought that both sides were pretty rigged. And he probably realized that, well, he knew right away that Mobius had set him up from the beginning. So I would imagine through the times of rebirth, who knows if it was one, if it was many, or something like that, he had attempted different versions and really studied time and saw all of the events that led up to that moment and realized where he was going to die, which was in the chapel right by William the Just's corpse by Raziel, or it could have been some other reason. What I think is that he saw all of the events that needed to happen in order to get him to the edge of the coin, which was Raziel not killing him there. And it all led back to him throwing Raziel in that moment. Because maybe he didn't throw Raziel into into the water. Maybe he didn't break his wings, and he saw the different timelines of what could and could not have happened and realized the best outcome is there. And that when he had seen all of this, when Raziel walks in there and showed his wings and he leans forward, I honestly think it's him going, oh shit, the moment's right now, I gotta do this. Not because out of jealousy or whatever that they wrote it as. I think he went, okay, this is the moment where I need to do what I need to do to turn him into the Wraith so that time can move forward into the direction that I need it to. Because in Soul Reaver 1, it seems like he had studied it to the point and he knows where all of the dance moves are supposed to go. Because it's already happened. And we know that because the Reaver Blade breaks and Raziel is gifted with the Spirit Wraith, which means time has already progressed and that they're on a loop because he's been absorbed into the sword through his timeline being finished. And that means Kain's timeline was finished into the chapel either because of the Wraith Blade doesn't break, right? That means he must have just went into the ethereal realm, came back, and he either killed Kain with his sword, his claws, or the broken sword. Right, and I assume it's because he had studied time and saw where the moments where they could actually change time, because he figured out, I don't know if it was right after or later on, that you needed 2 Soul Reavers or just a paradox in general to start shifting things. And I think his first test was to strike Raziel to see if the first paradox happened, or basically the second, because the first one's William the Just. And when that happened, the paradox of the twin souls meeting and the Spirit Wraith Blade showing up. And he went, oh god, this is for real. We're actually in the line that I need to. Because I don't believe that he does it out of jealousy. I think that would be, like, they lined it up to that point, but the more that I play Kain and the more that I really lean into the stories, I just don't think that's his style. He's above pettiness, but he could be petty if he really wanted to. Yeah, I think he needed to do it because he had to get to. Oh god, I didn't want that. He really needed to, unfortunately, get to where everything lined up. Yeah, this is the same fire forge. Yeah, it was just here. Again, 400 years later, though. Or 500 years. However long Raziel was in the grid. Yeah, because I think Kain studied the point where he saw where he was supposed to die and where Raziel was supposed to die. And basically after, I would imagine the first timeline of all of that going on is everything's about the same up until when the Reaver breaks, because without Raziel finishing his initial timeline, it doesn't break. So which means that Raziel's physical form melts. He goes into the astral world or whatever, comes back, and the rest of the story is pretty much the same at that point. But he goes back in time, and he either has to kill Kain either with his Soul Reaver, because if the Soul Reaver never breaks, then Kain still has a Soul Reaver. So he either kills him with his Soul Reaver, the broken Soul Reaver, or with like his claws or something, like he just bests him somehow. And that's where Kain's supposed to die. And then everything continues forward where Raziel seeks for answers and then ultimately kills the Seraphim out of rage and gets absorbed into the sword. Yes. He needed somebody who could wield a second Soul Reaver because I want to say it would be the... It's the most effective way to cause a paradox. And he knew by saving Raziel, if he could convince him not to kill him, then time would shift and he would become basically a walking paradox after the end of 2. Which freaks everybody out because he's supposed to be in the sword. Like, it's crazy how, like, Soul Reaver 2 is all about destroying the pillars. Whether it's Kain destroying the pillars or the Benefactor destroying the pillars. And then this game seems like everybody really wants Raziel to go back into the sword. And I think it's because as long as he's a walking paradox, anything can happen. And arguably Kain is too, but with him not dying, it just means that his death got reshuffled somewhere else. Okay, so this is where I came out. I gotta be missing something here. Okay, this didn't lead anywhere specific. Oh, let me guess. All of these things work now, and they're no longer broken, so I can actually use these things.
Ve Victus.
Yeah, but he's definitely trying to outplay Mobius, and he knows because Mobius sat there for who knows how long and just guessed every step possible. The only thing that's interesting is that we fight Mobius in Blood Omen 1 and his staff didn't have any effect on us. So why does his staff affect us now? let's zoom this way. Oh my god, are we keep going back in time? Like, we're starting to really get clean versions. Either that or we're just far enough back as is to have a pristine look at this. And see, that looks like an ancient vampire fighting... maybe a Hilden with a flaming sword. Just because they're the only ones that I could see having goat legs. But they have, like, vampire claws. But the one wielding the Soul Reaver that looks like an ancient vampire has, like, the vampire toes. Okay, I assume so. Yeah, like, the more that I play and, like, every little sip of lore that they give me, oh, I'm going through, like, all of the... I haven't been here yet. Yeah, every little sip of lore they give me, I just, like, start spinning out of control. I'm like, okay, what does this mean now? Where are we going with this? And some of it could be totally off, some of it could be right, but I don't know. I'll just have to see how this one ends and then suffer because the story isn't done. Yes, so what I basically got from Blood Omen 2 is that vampires were, like, very angelic and that the Hilden were very, like, demonic. And that they had a war over who knows what, probably just who has the bigger piece of Nosgoth. And then what I can only assume is that they were cursed before they were locked away. Because that would make the most sense. I don't necessarily see them locking or cursing them on the way out, but it is totally possible. And then Blood Omen also tells us that the second the pillars break due to Kain's decision is when the first Hilden is released. And they were waiting and plotting in the shadows. And now they're both just like, just kind of shitty versions of what they once were. Yep, that looks metal as hell. Carved stone skull. Wrought roughly from some unidentifiable stone, this carved skull bears a set of twin sharp fangs that mark it easily as a vampire's. Okay. That only mar on its smooth surface is the vampire symbol of death, chiseled deeply into its forehead. So we haven't fought this guy yet, so I wonder if this is the vampire dude of death. I don't remember what all the symbols are. Right here. Yeah, you really start grasping it in, like, Soul Reaver 2, because, like, every time you see Kain, and even Raziel makes the joke, he's like, why is it every time I see you, something catastrophic is about to happen? And, like, with that lens going back to like Soul Reaver 1, you realize that Kain isn't really there to fight. He's just like checking on stuff. And he's just like, all right, well, I'm already doing my plan, and you're just kind of hanging out doing stuff. And then by the time you get to 2 is when Kain really starts explaining stuff, but he does it so loosely that it really frustrates Raziel, and that's why Janos Aldrin is such like an important character, because he's the only one that was ever giving Raziel like straight up answers. He's just like, yeah, this is what's happening, this is what we were, and we are no longer that. So but I actually made the comment in like an earlier video. I was like, if usually I don't care for like characters who lore dump, because it means that your game needs a character to run everybody up to speed. But then I was like, in this game, it makes total sense, because if anybody's gonna lore up, it has to be Janos Aldrin. Right, yeah. Well, gosh, I can only imagine how old Kain is now. How long you have to live to start, like, evolving the way he has. Am I seeing something more? Right, let's just restart this. Because I put that thing on the door. Wherever the hell that door was. There's something missing here, so I need to find that. Here we go, here we go. Ooh, kinetic shackle. Reinforce my brute telekinetic ability with exact telekinetic. I am able to temporarily shackle my enemy in mid-air with chains of force. Ready? Be like, I don't want to talk about it. Once a supremely accurate set of weights and measures employed in alchemy, this ancient set of scales has long been frozen in perfect balance. By the spread of rust upon the base lies the still visible vampire symbol for the principle of states. Okay. Kane's like this super powerful vampire, but he's all like embarrassed when someone asks him what age he is. Oof, that does not look good. The thing of balance, which it has to be that. I just know that that's not a good thing to do right there. Yeah. I knew it, and I did it anyway. Alright, so this has to be like the thing of frost. Right. Genius. I will say, as the series has cooled down, they've really got like relaxed with some of the puzzles. Because I think Blood Omen 1 and Soul Reaver 1 put me through some doozies.
The third fragment of the Balance Emblem endowed the Reaver with the elemental power of lightning.
What do you got? Well, Soul Reaver 1 isn't really that bad. So my biggest gripe with probably Soul Reaver 1 is that there's like 1,000 box puzzles, which once you get used to them, they're really not bad. Soul Reaver 2, I think there was a couple that kind of stumped me, but it wasn't for very long. But like Soul Reaver 1, it's like, I don't know, you gotta get the block and then you gotta rotate it to fit the picture and then you gotta get it all the way there and line it up, and then it's just like, oh my gosh, okay. But it's just like every 30 minutes you're running into a box puzzle, and it's like, okay, this is a little too much going on. But for the time, it was probably the bee's knees. PlayStation 1, they were already knocking it out of the park with switching back and forth between realms and everything. But I remember, like, Blood Omen 1, I missed a power-up, like a strength forge, like right at the beginning. So I made it through like a third of the way through the game, and it's just like, yeah, you don't get to play anymore because you missed that thing. I had to actually get a walkthrough to figure out where it was, and it was, like I said, right at the beginning. I felt so embarrassed. And then Soul Reaver 1, I needed a walkthrough a couple of times, but it's because they were like a little vague for me. I wasn't used to the PlayStation 1 logic anymore. Because it was like, go to this place north of the pillars, and the only place you had been to previously that was north of the pillars was like one of your brother's places. And it's like, okay. But no, what they wanted you to do is go to the pillars, and then there is an area where you can use the new power you just got. And it's like, okay, well, you could have showed me a picture of the pillars or something. I probably wasn't paying attention very much, though. Yeah, Soul Reaver 1 kind of stumped me like that. But Soul Reaver 2 was way easy because it was just one stretch. And it's like, I gotta go back here now. Sweet, now I can go through this. All right, now I can go back. And you're just like, okay. Yeah, I think I had the worst luck on just Blood Omen 1, though. I wasn't used to the 90s shenanigans that it threw me through. just hit like a brick. I gotta mess that one up. So is that the final power-up that I'm gonna get with him, though? Must be, because the whole thing is fixed, so... Oh yeah, here we go. Okay. So that... Am I supposed to start going back? Nice. They are putting me through the ringers on this one. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay, come on now. Oh! is this? Nice. Say, this dude is a champ. Probably need to just go back, but I'm gonna take a peek. This was a lot of fun. I wasn't expecting Kain to go through any of these warp portals. just the way back up, essentially. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, now with this, we can go open up the next door and see what kind of crazy adventures lie with us there.
A new area of the vampire citadel lay open. I still had much to discover.
Nestled deep in the Black Forest, Vorodor had once held court over a private kingdom, as decadent as it was depraved. Now, all was still. I hoped I had not arrived too late.
Oh, what's going on, Salty? Hey, thanks for the roses. I appreciate you. How you been? And thank you for liking the live. Hello. Alright, let's keep our eyes out for any secrets. I am fantastic. Thank you for asking. It's another great day. I don't even know. I would imagine halfway done with this game. But we're feeling good. So the stream's going pretty good. That's all I can ask for. Oh my god. Where's the Soul Reaver 1 music? Oh my gosh. You got it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, take that. Just knocking out these trophies. Stay. Okay, we should be good now. No? Okay, what did that open up a platform for us? Yes, it did. Oh, I already know. himself. I wonder if this is gonna feel like the same layout as before. Because we haven't been in here since Blood Omen 1. I'm feeling all of these guys are gonna wake up. Surprisingly not. Oh, of course. I jinxed myself. Okay, it does work. Sweet.
Creature. 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 This is our world, little demon.
Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Would have been an easier time as Kain, but that is okay. Who's this supposed to be? Oh my goodness. That's my name, don't wear it out. There we go. Such a satisfying game to play. Alright, here we go. Ultimate Showdown? No. I just keep expecting the worst is gonna happen. Okay. Thank you for all the likes. I really do appreciate it. I don't remember seeing this.
This pool seemed related to the portals which had transported me into the vampire ruins, but its surface was disturbed by the spouting of these gargoyles.
Okay, real quickly, I imagine it's just a hallway, but okay, yeah, it's the other way. There we go.
These gargoyles were effigies of the vampire's enemies. In the corresponding murals, they were impaled by heroic vampire warriors. Perhaps this was a clue.
I guess they do kind of look like Hilden. I don't think we have that, whatever that is. Yeah, those are definitely vampire slaying Hilden. I would imagine Vordor was involved in like the Great War, but maybe not. He must have been if he forged the Reaver.
This mural was similar to one I had seen before in the fountain room.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I swear my stuff's always trying to die at the worst possible time. What are you doing to yourself? Okay, before we start swimming and doing all of this, let's investigate what we got knocked down from. Oh my gosh, if I can. Okay, we saw this mural already. Just like a regular skeleton. Yeah, no deformities on the hands or feet and no wings, so I don't know if that was... Interesting, interesting. I wonder if I can feed the Reaver through these prisoners. Okay, no, I guess just myself. Ah. Interesting. Can I climb this in Spectral? Ooh, it is a Spectral climbable. Interesting. It is... Alright, same murals. It is crazy that, there's still just so many prisoners here.
This door clearly required some artifact before it would open.
I would imagine it's that. Whatever, if the bird on it. Like the vampire goddess of death? What's going on there? Okay, okay. Same, same. I just know there's gonna be like a hidden thing somewhere around here. Ah. Ooh, my bad, my bad. Going ghost. Okay, I don't. Oh my gosh, it's one of these. Okay, let's just shift and see how these move. So we pretty much need to be on that one to make it to those. Okay, we started there. This picks us up. Ooh, that's a bad camera angle. Oh my gosh, they're everywhere. It's supposed to be like a dragon. What is the deal with these spears, though?
This statue appeared to be the same hero I had seen depicted in the fountain room. This had to be significant.
So I wonder if this is supposed to be like Raziel. So this kind of oh yeah, the music for this game is just fantastic. Because Janos Aldrin recognized us, but he did not recognize our form. And then I think it was only on one of the murals. There's a vampire. It's the one right next to them showing Vorador get transformed. But there is a very interesting would-be vampire that looks like Raziel. Could be a coincidence. But then we still see depictions like this, where it's like, I don't know, he has long hair, but he's a very angelic looking vampire of like the old vampires. But I wonder what it means. Oof. Alright, probably need to do something about that. I probably need to like go ghost. Or not go ghost, but go invisible. We don't have that power. Right. So yes, he was the only one with like bat wings. All the ancients did have like angelic wings, but when he comes across Raziel and when he comes across Janos Aldrin closer to the end of 2, Soul Reaver 2, he recognizes Raziel, but he doesn't recognize the form that he's in. And that he said that the Soul Reaver was made for us, but there's some kind of link that isn't being made, so I don't know. You need the Dark Reaver for this room. Yeah, I kind of figured. I was just kind of exploring to see if there was any, like, thing around here for, like, unlockables. Because it always just was very, very interesting to hear, like, Janos Aldrin, of all people, just to kind of freak out and be like, what happened to you? Oh, secret. Okay. Alright, we'll just do, like, one at a time here. And I wonder if all of those are supposed to be the pillars and that this is supposed to be the Guardian. It's probably Janos Aldrin, though. Yeah, okay. All of these is supposed to represent a pillar, and the center one's supposed to be the balance. He's probably going to end up holding like a Soul Reaver. Either that or this spear I keep seeing. I should have just done it while I was up there. Okay, here we go. Alright, now we're missing 3 more, which there's one right back here. Okay, how would I get to that one? Maybe up and then glide. Is this the same room that Vorador and Kain have their little heart-to-heart in Blood Omen? It's the only room we've come across that has that huge table. Let's just see what's different. It's really not a whole lot. just the one that's kind of vertical on the wall we gotta figure out. It's probably something super simple. I just need to figure it out. Kind of. Alright, let's give it a shot. It may or may not work. It'd be really weird if I had to figure out some way to stay like that. By the entrance. Ah, you're a genius. Okay. I should have known better. That was my bad. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was the spear. What's supposed to do with the spear?
This was indeed the vampire warrior depicted in the fountain room, for here was the hero's weapon. This could be the key to solving the riddle of the fountain.
Okay, an ancient vampiric weapon was wielded long ago by the hero Vladimir for the slaughter of the Hilden Horde. Reputedly, the spear was designed to rip the still beating heart of a Hilden straight from its chest, causing instant death. Right, pass it on. Yeah, it sounds like this war was super violent. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. I figured it was a Soul Reaver thing, so we probably... I don't think I can use it. Alright, so it's probably a key for something else. Fighting in midair, I'm able to slam the Reaver into my opponent, causing them to hit the ground below and then bounce back with my reach. Okay, so there are some similar moves. don't need it, but I don't know if I'll come back. Might as well be a little bit of a glutton. Okay, kind of back towards... Well, I would imagine it's something inside. So we'll try this again. If not, we'll just like go through. Yeah, nothing here. Feeling if it was in there, it just told me to go, hey, right there in the center. Okay, yeah, now it's telling me to just go further. Just had a feeling.
Creature.
Okay. Look at this beast.
When I drove the spear home, the gargoyle was stilled, and the corresponding mural shattered. Perhaps the other murals I'd seen throughout the mansion had been similarly affected.
Oh gosh, that's a lot of murals. Guess we'll find out pretty quickly if this was the one I went in originally.
These murals were attuned somehow to those in the fountain room, for this wall too had shattered.
Yeah, we might as well. Fantastic. Oh my gosh, I pushed myself. Okay, okay. We're good. We're good. You got off easy. Okay, let's see here. So I probably am gonna end up finding more of those spears. Okay, so it's for the piece that I have not found, but I need to go through that. Yeah, they're really getting elaborate in these last episodes. I can only imagine this is the last episode. I'm kind of running out of space for power-ups, so... I guess with Kain I am. I don't know how many I'm supposed to get. I know at least one more with Raziel because we saw that door for it. Okay. So we're retreading water, but now we're able to kind of book it through in new directions. This place is tight. Yeah, see this? I don't have this. Okay, there's got to be some corresponding thing here. Oh, here we go. Okay, far one. Okay. We'll just do wind and light. Whatever that is, and whatever that is. My God.
Perhaps Perhaps this arcane emblem would unlock the sealed door in the crypt.
Half of Vorador's crest. The silver seal is but a smaller half of two pieces, forming the crest of Vorador. Might the complete seal reveal the path to Vorador himself, or perhaps something of greater value? These are the questions, Raziel. These are the questions. Okay. Well, we might as well go back and then either try the other door or see if there's another way that we can connect. So we might as well just run through, because I mean, if it's a loop, it's a loop. And I can't remember if there was another one of those murals. And if there is, it might be something, it might be nothing. But we might as well check. Some sort of upgrade in there. Must have been one of the health things. Okay, so this is just back outside. Yeah, so I don't need to go back here. I don't remember which way is faster, so we'll go this way. This is the Soul Reaver, I remember. The running back and forth. It's fantastic.
The artifact I had was not sufficient. There was clearly still a missing piece of this puzzle.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of Celtic knot kind of thing. Actually looks like fire. I will admit, the Soul Reaver looks fantastic in this game. Like, it's always looked pretty good, but in this one especially. Clearly a definitely haven't been here. Leave me alone. Okay, this one finally.
This mysterious chamber was clearly significant. Perhaps I would finally find the elusive Vorador within.
Oh gosh. What is going on?
The braziers were all lit, but still the door remained sealed. Perhaps I had ignited too many. Alright, we'll come back to this. Yeah, it's telling me to go somewhere else anyway, so we'll go through that cracked window. It's probably one of those things that's like, hey, come back later.
This is our world, little demon.
You keep saying that. I'm feeling pretty comfortable here. Okay, and we're still missing that. Oh, really? Ah. Alright, we gotta be getting like a new power here. Any minute. Don't touch that. Feeling strong. Okay, that's just spirit or whatever. Nice. Okay. Finally to spirit. This looks like this is gonna be light. This can go in a circle. The question is why. It can go way more. Okay. Is there a pressure plate anywhere? Not immediately. probably just up here and glide over. Alright, one last one. Oh, okay. I was about to say they're getting sloppy, but they cleaned it up a smack. Ha ha! I thought it looked a little too good.
This was indeed the vampire warrior depicted in the fountain room, for here was the hero's weapon. This could be the key to solving the riddle of the fountain.
Blood Drinker. This ancient vampiric weapon was wielded long ago by the hero Helka for the slaughter of the Hilden Horde. Repeatedly, if a Hilden was impaled by the spear, the wound would never close or heal, causing it to slowly bleed to death. So they had like enchanted weapons. The one that like rips out their heart, sure, we could go with that one. But one that causes forever bleeding, very interesting. There's got to be like something more to that. I don't even remember what this does if I hop out of here. I want to say it's right down here though. Down the hall, hook in, and I want to say I'm at the fountains. Yeah, come on, you nerds. You're going to have to get down on this one. Please just be like 2 of them, not all 4 of them. Okay. Only 3. I guess that's still not bad. Stay. Said I'm gonna stab you so bad, you're gonna wish I didn't stab you so bad. It's the blood. Do this one. I think I've seen more of these than the other one, but I'm sure it's an equal amount everywhere.
here was the second piece of the emblem. Now, undoubtedly, the crypt door could be opened.
A golden seal is but the large half of two pieces forming the crest of Vorador. Might the complete seal reveal the path to Vorador himself, or perhaps something of greater value? I guess I should check to see if there's anything under here. Definitely seems like some of these things are going to be able to get moved. Because that looks like that goes there, and that looks like that goes there. I can't do anything here. I know I can't move anything while I'm in the other realm. Okay, so now we can go back to the crypt. Oh my goodness. I was wondering if I was going to take out the fire. I don't think so. Oh my god, these guys are just... There we go. It's like, these guys won't die! Okay, besides the thing down there, I don't think there's really anything else. There might be something like... There might be, there might not be. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, that doesn't help. Now that I think about it. Because I see what symbols it's supposed to be. I just don't know how I'm supposed to light the symbols. we'll just go back, because I assume with it saying equal value, it's probably going to be the place to go to whatever that power is. And then I don't have to keep tiptoeing around everything. Either that, or it's going to be the final spear. I think it's light. It's wind. Wind, fire. That was the most majestic thing I've ever seen. And here we go, here we go. It really is the final spear. Holy crap. I had a feeling just looking at him. Hell yeah, Ve Victus! Okay, what does this one do? Let's just take a guess by the look of it. So the first one had extra claws because it rips out hearts. The other one was bleeding, I guess, because it was more serrated. This one looks like a giant arrow, so it's gonna pierce, and it has like a glow on it, so maybe curse.
With this third and final weapon, the mystery of the fountain would finally be solved.
This ancient vampiric weapon was wielded long ago by the hero Rekka. Rekka was wrecking some ass during this war. For the slaughter of the Helden Horde, repeatedly. If a Helden was impaled by the spear, the wound would never close or heal, causing it to slowly bleed to death. So it's the exact same thing. How interesting. Just seeing if there's anything special here. Alright, I'm getting kind of bored fighting you guys. I'm just gonna run past you. It'd be one thing if they didn't respond like every time you walk by them. It's not a complaint, but it is like a oh my gosh moment.
With its surface finally stilled, the pool was transformed into a portal, just as I had hoped.
Okay, well before we jump in the portal, let's go. Hey.
Here the images were unadulterated, and their meaning ominously clear. The vampire hero, the bearer of the Reaver Blade, was confronted by an adversary worthy of his powers. The enemy race, long banished, had a champion of their own, with flaming eyes and a fiery sword. The resemblance I bore to the adversary mocked all my hopes. Had Kain been the vampire hero of prophecy all along? Did he suspect what I was? For if I was this foretold adversary, then Mobius was right, and had always been right. I was destined to fight Kain and destroy him, or be destroyed. What part did free will play in any of this?
The fact that you don't really look like him. The fact that we know that those are Hilden versus the vampire race. Even as this ghoulish wraith, we still resemble the vampires more than anything. We've seen the Hilden, and though we may be I don't know, our image is definitely something to ponder on, but it's not full-blown Hilden. In fact, it shares very little besides the glowing eyes of Hilden. That, and it's not even like Hilden glow, because I want to say the Hildens are like green from what we saw in was it Blood Omen 2? Most of those dudes had green. Okay, there. There we go, there we go. I'm doing my best to get all these things, but I swear there's got to be at least a few that I've missed. There has to be. What is this stuff? Whole lot of nothing. It was probably to open that door. That's something we don't have. This, I guarantee, is the loop around, right? I mean, yes. At the same time, no. Yeah, and that jumps up way too high than what we can. Okay, there's something outside of this that we have to find. Yeah, it's probably in one of these rooms. Because we can't do whatever to that water until we get this power. These are already on. Okay, it has to be something on this second floor. Let's go check out that waterfall. Gonna be so simple too. Alright, let's look for like cracks in the wall or something. Okay, big brain time. So this gets us over onto the second floor. One of these is a jump thing. No, I had to come down and pop out of the shenanigans for some reason. This, I would imagine, was when we were Kain and we needed to get through this. let's just go in here. Let's investigate these rooms again.
Your deliverance is at hand. In death is your release.
This state is merely atonement.
Okay. Oh my gosh. We're fine, we're fine. Okay. Oh gosh. Perfecting my new heightened powers of telekinesis, I have learned to hold my enemy momentarily in the air with reinforced bonds of force. I thought I did this one already. Oh my goodness. That was tricky. That was tricky. Apparently 2 of those dudes at the same time. A little tricky. I think there's like a couple of things around here I can get some juice.
Once more, the Reaver absorbed the spirits of the former vampire guardians, and thus was imbued with the elemental power of water. Perhaps now I could enter that mysterious crypt at the end of the garden.
It was water. I thought it was like a time thing, to be honest. You just freeze it all. Very cool. Now we can extinguish. This one's still locked. Interesting. All right. So let's just skim these rooms. I'm sure they're like up top. I know I saw one in that room we couldn't get into. Okay. Yeah, that particular one. Oh, I don't have the water one on. Fantastic. The only thing that's crazy is that this is right there. Okay, the way to... Gosh, I don't even remember. I want to say it's this one. if it's not this one, we'll find out pretty fast. Yeah, I don't think it is. Yeah, because this brought us in here. This was just another piece for the seal. Oh, actually, no. This was for that last spear. Oh, okay, rude. How did Mordor get through all this? Just most of his mana was locked. I guess it would make sense if, like, not all of his place was like originally his. Like it was just the last stronghold of like old vampiric knowledge, and he's just like, oh, I'm protecting this since, you know, there's no one really to remember it.
This is our world, little demon.
There we go. Oh, leave me alone. Oh wow, can I just swing at it? Fancy.
So, our wretched little savior returns. Come to join the last pathetic battle of the vampire race? But on which side, I wonder?
I've not come to fight you, Vorador.
You don't know why you're here.
I know this much, that you are the author of my fate, and as such, only you can rewrite it.
You give me too much credit.
You forged the Reaver. I have seen the evidence.
I was its maker, yes?
Then you know its purpose.
No. Only the scraps of prophecy my master shared with me.
And do these scraps explain why you would forge a weapon to imprison your savior?
Ah, well then. It seems we have our answer. You've chosen your path.
I have chosen nothing. I've been deceived at every turn. You seem to know what I am. Tell me.
I thought I did once. But now all the prophecies have failed. The pillars are corrupted. I am the last of my kind, and when Mobius's hunters find me, it will have all been for nothing.
You've forgotten about Kain.
Ah, yes, Kain. I fear he shoulders a greater burden than he realizes. I cannot help you, even if I was inclined to. I crafted the Reaver blade, but only at the behest of my sire, Janos Audron. What sorcery he and the others laid upon the sword afterward, I cannot say.
Janos tried to give me the Reaver before he died. He said that it was forged for me. But what did he mean? As my weapon? Or my prison?
Perhaps you should ask him yourself.
Janos is here.
In a manner of speaking. The greatest of us all, the father of our race. The Seraphim tore the heart from his living body 5 centuries ago.
But there's no sign of decay. How is this possible after all these years?
Somewhere, the heart still beats, and while it does, the body will remain preserved. If his heart could be restored, Janos might yet be raised.
And you haven't tried to recover it in all these years?
Many times, But our enemies hid the heart too well. It was taken as a trophy to Avernus Cathedral centuries ago, where they christened it the Heart of Darkness. Believing that it embodies the essence of our dark gift, they hid the heart away lest it fall into the wrong hands. Our hands. Redeem yourself. You may be our last hope. Perhaps you alone can find the heart if it is meant to be found. If Janos can be resurrected, he will have all the answers you require. This key will open your way to Avernus. But be advised, there are dark sorceries at work in the cathedral. You must be on your guard.
Labyrinth Seal. Given to me by Vorador, this emblem is the key to the great door of the mansion's library. On the other side lies the path to Avernus and its great cathedral. Perhaps I can succeed where Vorador has failed and recover the Heart of Darkness. It is a pretty cool seal. My boy laid up. Okay, so this is another thing that's like, okay, well, why was he in Blood Omen 2 like 200 years after the events of Blood Omen 1, but still like 30 years before Blood Omen 1, his heart was ripped out? And this is just where you've been lurking, Vorador? Why is Vorador alive? Is another question. I can only assume, once again, that it's because Kain is currently taking down Seraphan people left and right. In the time of when the Seraphan still stayed strong. So like right after Vorador killed everybody, it was like 30 years after that that Kain started his stuff. And then it's like, give it like a few years until was it this way? Yeah, it's this way. So, and I still never got that. So we're still like one power short, which is one more than I expected that we would have.
Avernus is in flames, and with it, our hopes may evaporate.
How can I find the heart in the midst of such chaos?
You must act quickly. But beware, an ancient evil dwells within, long unspoken among our kind. Undoubtedly, this is the source of the corruption that infects the Circle. If you are to succeed, you must resist its influence.
Never change, Vorador, never change. You're too cool. Is there a reason not to? It's never done this before. Okay, the only reason it probably asked me is because I was missing doors. And I'm just like, well, I didn't have that power. I don't know what you want me to do there. But all right, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where I'm going to end it. We'll continue forward. And I mean, I don't know where I would have missed that power. I feel like I've been skimming things pretty well. I'm sure if we've missed that power, then we missed probably some of the unlockables and such. But, oh well, it's a good excuse to play it again. But, man, it has been a journey. So I feel like I'm learning a lot and at the same time not learning anything. So, Vordor's alive and Janos is still dead. Which technically he shouldn't even be there. And if he is there, he shouldn't be dead like the way we know out of Soul Reaver 2. Because Raziel's time is dated about 400-ish years later, after the events of the Seraphim. Which we know it's 30 years until Kain. And then another 200 years until Blood Omen 2. And by that point, both Vorador and Janos Uldren are dead. But they're both alive for the events of Blood Omen 2. So why would Vorador not remember Janos being alive if he was dead before the events of Blood Omen 2? So that's kind of a loophole. Or a plot hole. Sorry, not a loophole, plot hole. So I'm just like, okay. I don't know. There's probably some kind of shenanigans. This one I'm trying to figure out how to justify. Once again, you could probably justify Vorador being around because this Kain right now is still before even his events. So he is still killing the Seraphim, which ultimately could result in Vorador being alive and changing the future. Because there was another time of Raziel not going into the sword, and that could have led to multiple things, especially if Kain not dying where he was supposed to. And maybe he doesn't do William the Just, and things still progress that way. We don't know. There's a lot of what ifs there. Janos Uldren, it's a little tricky. Because, does his body die, but his spirit lives on? What's going on there? Janos is a very interesting thing with being one of the ancestral vampires, so I don't know. We're just going to have to keep playing and figure it out. I may or may not look to see where that power was, because we probably should have gotten it before we got into Vorador's whole area, because there was no reason why I shouldn't be able to open those doors before the chapter left. The water one makes sense because that's how we finished it, but there was probably something that I missed, and because of that, there's probably some special stuff that I missed. I'll find it in my own time, and if I think it's super important, we might come back, but I don't know if I really want to look it up because I don't want to spoil anything, but I might just Google what power it is. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you. This has been a fantastic series, and I love to kind of sit here and just ponder. Thank you for 19 Insomniac 88 for coming in. 68, my fault, for coming in and just kind of letting me talk your ear off and kind of going back and forth with me, just kind of what was going on. And for somebody who's kind of an OG to kind of sit here and talk to me about stuff, it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy talking about this game, especially if all my crazy theories. If you're at all interested in any of the previous games, whether it's Blood Omen 1, Blood Omen 2, Soul Reaver 1, or Soul Reaver 2, you can go to my YouTube and check out the playlist because I got all the videos over there. And I'm sending all of these as well. So if you missed part 1 or any of the other parts in the future, you can definitely go over to my YouTube and check those out too. We got a bunch of other cool projects going on. I am doing Fable 1, 2, and 3 once again, all evil playthroughs. I've only done part 1 of game 1 as of yet, but I still have 1, 2, and 3 good runs up at my YouTube as well if you want to check those out. And I got a bunch of other cool stuff. Like we're doing The Last Hero of Nostalgaia. I think I did one part, and I'll be doing another part here soon. I just wanted to really sink my teeth into this. If I did like one game and then paused, I feel like I was going to forget stuff. I kind of figured that after I started getting into Soul Reaver, I was like, man, if I take my foot off the gas, I'm going to forget so much stuff. And I'm probably forgetting stuff as we go along because it seems like stuff was added, stuff was changed. Obviously, Blood Omen 2 kind of tweaked some things. So it's like, well, I don't know what to do with this. But we'll all just kind of have to see how this game plays out. But so far, this game, loving it. The gameplay's fantastic. The story's fantastic. It practically picks up right after too, and it's still that alluring, what's going on kind of feeling. So a lot of cool stuff. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for everyone who came in. Salty, always appreciate you. Thank you for coming in with the likes and the gifts. And if you guys could, go check out my Instagram and TikTok because I got a bunch of cool clips and a bunch of cool parts over there. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, be safe, be kind, and I'll catch you next time. Bye, everybody.